Yeah, it just seems like one-way corridor, so I'm guessing it's in a different one. Probably just if you wanted to go back to get the strawberries, that makes sense. No? Okay. Interesting, it spits you out there. Much neater now. Okay, so go towards the top one. The books, I believe, are up. Okay, it's down there. That's where the heart is. So it is this one, I believe. Um, there we go. It's not so hard now. Yep, barely made that. Can I not go back? Well, I know generally where it is, so... Where is the entrance? Well, what's going on? Okay. We wanted to head back up there. I know where the heart is, just... Don't seem to access it. There we go. Thinking too much on there. So... Yeah, I just need something to get into yapping about. Once I do, I can probably yap for a while. Okay, that's not anything I need. Jeez, there we go. I just got distracted by the sparklies. And there we go. No, third. That's the last one. How do I get to... How do I get to that crystal heart? Oh. So when I was little, like, I didn't know about the whole, like... Well, I knew about dormant volcanoes, but I didn't know that dormant volcanoes, like, still smoked a little bit because of the heat. And I was visiting Pompeii. In my Pompeii trip, I ended up, well, climbing up Pompeii, obviously. So I'm Mount Vesuvius. And it was pretty nice. It was a little big hike for me, but I saw smoke coming from it. I started freaking out. It's like, oh no, it's happening again. It's happening again. But no. Come up from down there. Okay. How do we do that? Let's just keep an eye on the locale of everything. Okay, so I'm guessing we need to go ahead and take the other route. Yeah, I can't go back. Where is your man? Here you are. Hey, welcome in. Today's a bit of a chill stream. I'm hunting for the crystal hearts in Celeste. But yeah, as I was saying, during my Pompeii trip, there's a few things that happened. And turns out I kicked someone's balls from beyond the grave, so apologies to that one ancient person. I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing? Good, good, good. Boring day, to be honest. There's not a lot that's been going on lately. Okay, so that's why I can get back here. Oh. Let's see. What was I going to... I was going to talk about something, but I can't remember quite what it was. I don't know, it'll come back to me eventually. Alright. Pompeii. So, the two main things I haven't done in Pompeii was kicking petrified balls, which I didn't realize was the case when I was like 5. And then thinking Mount Vesuvius was going to explode because there was some smoke in it. Thankfully nowadays I realize that's not how things work. That down there. Now we should be able to get what we need to do. Nope, that's just death. Wasn't up here, it was back at the start, yeah. Now that's open and we can get the crystal heart. And that's all we need for that chapter. Lore my model has, I haven't really thought about it too much. Pretty much I just thought the jester, like I like jesters and I like dragons, so I just mix them together. It's like, hey, yeah, that works. If I had to give it lore, probably say something along the line. Well, I wouldn't give it anything too complex, just to have there be an open air. Have you heard about character pals? Yes, I have, and I am in the process of making it so that I have better panels and a better model. Oh, there's strawberry there. Yeah, the custom ones. Yeah, it's still a work in progress. I am taking a break next week from streaming, so that's when I'll probably be making them. Oh, thank you, Zimzima, for the follow. That is very kind of you. It does help out the channel a lot, especially with smaller channels. so I do appreciate it. Don't think I can get up there. And that's just that because I messed it up. Okay. Do I make everything myself? Yes, I do. I currently am not comfortable with paying for anything, so I just prefer to do it myself until I'm in a more like secure place because I've had people who try to swindle me before, and I'm just really cautious of that sort of thing again. Take comms though? Uh, no, I do not. And I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. Oh. Oh, commissions? No, I am not currently taking commissions. I just haven't really set it up or anything for myself to take commissions, and then I'm not paying for commissions at the moment because, like I said, I'm a bit, I'm a bit on the more conservative side for things at the moment because I've people have tried to swindle me based on commissions before, so just a bit wary. I do not know where to start looking for the crystal in this chapter. I can't remember where I have and have not been. Okay, no, that's just another strawberry. I think I need to be on the button R for that to work. Yeah, I'm expecting today to be more of just a chill stream because a bit tired and wiped out from the day, so just gonna hang out. If I can think of anything to yap about, I'm gonna yap about it, but I do not remember this bit at all from the game. Okay, but apparently I did get it because there's a strawberry there. Maybe up there, but I feel like I... If we go like this and then back, can we make it? We should be able to. Yeah. I don't think I'm getting distracted by the outhouse over there. I don't know why. It reminds me of Shrek. This looks more like the right way to go, so I'm gonna check. I'm gonna check out back down here. Okay, but this is also blocked off. Okay, that's just a strawberry. Which, not necessarily a bad thing, we like strawberries. Uh-oh. That was really stupid out there. Yeah, I guess this is the right way then. Up, and down, and we cling. We go like that, yeah. Where is the heart in this sector? Just trying to keep a lookout for it while not knowing where on earth anything is. Okay, that's an go up. Eh. There we go. There's a strawberry over there, but that's not what we're looking for, so. That's just strawberry. We already got it. No, that wasn't anything. Thought I saw something. And this is a bit rough. Okay. Yeah, it's death again. There we go. Yeah, I'm sorry if it's a bit of a boring stream today. I don't know what it is, but Celeste makes me feel like not talking as much when I want to be talking and yapping. I already went over all the mountain stores I really have. Stupid wind is getting me. There we go. Need to time that with the wind. Whoop. What's the point of this big space over here? That's very easily gotten if I can manage it. Ugh. Jump again. Yeah, no, I've talked about this before on the channel, but my K through uh, 8 school, so kindergarten through middle school for Americans, first grade through what, secondary school for Europeans. I was very weird about a lot of stuff, and the more I think about it, the sketchier a lot of it gets. One example of that is, well, there's a lot of stuff that just gets worse the older I get. We had to do like 10-page reports every quarter, on top of having more work than was expected of a honors double major in college. So it was pretty intense. And a lot of it, how they got you was by social pressure, because you don't want to be the one idiot who forgot to do their homework. It was kind of effective though, except I don't really remember much of the work, since I was too busy stressing out about it. And then other sketchy stuff included how I... Oh? Hello? Apparently I've been here before. Sorry, how I did child labor. Really fun. But then also, like, apparently we had unrestricted access to chemicals, which I didn't know. And the only reason why I knew is that one of the kids, was melting ants. And by melting, I mean, like, yes, actually, yeah, taking, like, vials of acid and pouring them on it. Very psychotic child. Uh, they also had the... They were an arsonist, so... I'm pretty sure someone should have been... like, someone should have definitely been called about that child. My sister was friends with them, and to show you how great parenting they had, like the weird kid that was an arsonist, a psycho. He invited his friends over to play hot potato with an actual, like, grenade, because one of their parents or grandparents had fought in some sort of war, so they ended up sneaking out some military stuff as a keepsake. But yeah, some people were very upset that their parents wouldn't let the children play with grenades. But you know, from my perspective, this kind of survival of the fittest sounds like. I feel like you should be able to go down there because of that flag, but you can't. And then... What else? There are a lot of like psychotic things that happened in that class now that I'm thinking about it. Like that specific one was my middle school, my 7th grade class. Um, and it was like in it, there is a thing where for child development curriculum, there's this fun thing where you got to take care of a flour sack baby, which is exactly like it sounds, the flour sack that pretended it was a baby, and you had to take care of it for like a week. However, and I don't quite know how much of it was uh, planned this way and how much of it was the students taking creative liberty, but part of it to see like if you could take care of it was other students could steal them, like kidnap the babies, and it ended up turning into a yearly weekly game, like an annual weekly game, where the class would just pretty much go on the hunt for any stray children. No, quote unquote, the flour sacks. I mean, and I'm not sure quite what to do there. Uh, no. And like, they'd have ceremonies where they sacrifice the babies, which I'm pretty sure was not the intent of it. And if like your flour sack baby got killed, you'd obviously fail. Um, but it got a bit weird when people started to make sacrifices and throw them off the balcony. That was around the time the teacher stepped in and like, okay, I know this is going a bit too far. That's domestic cleanup and a fire hazard. Like, we're fine with the psycho stuff, just don't make it harder for the janitors. Which, now that I think about that, actually was the case, and it's fairly concerning that that's what the response was, that they didn't care that the kids were being psychotic as long as it didn't make more work for them. Uh, yeah, but you're still allowed to like steal them and hide them after that. Until, well, I managed to steal someone's because let's face it, I was a class loner. Um, and because of that, I had the disadvantage of that everyone else had hard tactics to keep the flour sack baby safe. It was very tribalistic the more I think about it. But like you could have your friends watch them while you went to the bathroom or something like that, so it was safe. Uh, but I didn't have that because I had no friends. But I did manage to get some flour sack babies. I managed to steal some children a few times. And one of the times I did it, there was an elevator that was pretty much only used for people with disabilities or people who had the like had to bring up or down really heavy stuff because my class was on the 2nd floor. So what I did is that I took someone's and I put the flour sack baby in the elevator and sent it down. The thing I did enjoy most about this is that below the elevator opened up right across from a window to a classroom. So the students would have just seen this the elevator that's pretty much almost never used slowly open up, and there just be a flour sack with googly eyes in the middle of it. Is is this the end of the chapter? I think I missed the heart. Yeah, there's quite a few incidents. It's like, okay, that's it's psychotic. It's kind of weird the teacher didn't step in. Um, one of the kids stabbed a teacher, like legitimately stabbed them. Um, not with like a knife or anything like that. Like they're in the art section, and I don't know if it's Spencer or anything like that, but the teacher had to go to the hospital. I didn't really care for that kid, but everybody seemed to be like, "Oh yeah, no, they're so nice." It felt like a Twilight Zone episode, to be honest, because they're really rude, at least from my experiences with them, and they just like they pulled their best friend up the stair by their ankle, which is not a cool thing to do whatsoever. But I'm like, whoa, okay, no, that's serious. And then the next day, they're like, yeah, no biggie, there's no problem there. Like, dude, if that happened to me, I'd be upset for a while and be like, hey, dude, that's not cool. Okay, definitely think I missed the there's a heart in there. Yeah, like from what I know, they didn't get any repercussions for any of that. Yeah, no, that's end of chapter. Okay, so I missed where the heart was. Well, let's just, because I wasn't able to find it, I'm going to quickly try just searching for a hint. Hmm, Crystal Heart. It's located in Shrine subchapter. Okay. Yeah. Did I check over here? Yeah, I did. probably be up there. Yeah, I looked through here, I believe. Um, is there... Ooh, there's a strawberry. And then... Hello? Well, I found it. I don't know how to get up there. There's another strawberry there. How do you get that high up? I don't understand how this one works. I could just make the jump, that would be grand. I keep on overshooting that. Hmm. Yeah, it did give me a good education, though. I learned a lot more than I did there than I did in high school. And college, debatable. But I'm assuming that there's a secret passage up to the Crystal Heart this way. Nope. Nope. Out. Does anybody remember, like, having to take swimming lessons back in school? And, like, there's that part where you had to breathe out into the water for some reason. Does anyone else know why, like, does anyone know why that happened? Did anyone else have to do that? Or is it just like they're like, yeah, let's drown the kids. Survival of the fittest. If they can't to survive the water, then they don't deserve to be students. How did that one hit? I feel like there's some like canon events for school like that. Another one for like swimming lessons is those floaty boards. I Don't know what they're called, but the boards afloat that are supposed to help you when you're figuring out to swim, and like you hold them in front of yourself when you swim. Um, I feel like everybody at one point or another tried standing on them and surfing, and then immediately got uppercut by it. Like, that can't just be like a me thing. Like, I've heard other people talk about it before. Jesus, this is not that hard. I can do it. I swear I know what the... I know what this wants from me if it'll just do what I'm... well, it is doing what I'm saying, and that's why it's going wrong. Aha! No? No secrets? Okay. That's just barely out of reach. How do you get this? Okay, that is not intuitive whatsoever. Apparently, I need to do that, so I'm in the background, and I can jump on here. That is an interesting way to do it, but that wasn't very intuitive, at least to me. And then that should be that chapter done. There might be more, but we should now be able to do this about a year later. Hey there, kiddo. Nice to see you again. Here's the cave I told you about on the phone. Follow me. Right, I kind of forgot that this was a thing. What is this place? This passage leads to the center of the mountain. Said you wanted to come back and explore deeper. Doesn't get any deeper than this. Be careful though. When you get this close to the heart of the mountain, its power will start affecting you differently. Yeah, I already know something of that. Good luck in there. Now. Yes. Okay. I'm saying this seems pretty simple so far, but that means it's probably going to get way harder in a second. Oh. And then... Okay, so I would like to keep one, so... How do I get through there? This all looks like that. If I touch it, yeah. Fire is that. Here we go. Okay, so then... That's interesting, it changes the physics of those. And I can stand on those, okay. Makes sense, makes sense. I just thought there might be something up there. I need to stop dashing in my regular movement. It doesn't do me any good. There we go. Okay, I don't think you can get up there. I wanted to see if there was a thing up there, but I don't think you can get there. There's a strawberry. Is there anything else over here? I would like... Yeah, no, that's just a strawberry. I'm not gonna aim for that. Okay, and it's back. Okay, sorry about that. Just something personal came up. That's a bit of a rough jump. Um, I think that was almost it. Okay. I can't put those for some reason. Okay, I see what we're doing here. I'm really not used to the mechanic for this chapter. You don't recharge your dash. Okay, that's nice. So you can't grab onto it, so you wanna. Nope. Okay. Voila. That's what the French say. It's kind of like tada, but with a bit of wa to it. Also the name of uh, a specific type of instrument, the voila. I'm doing surprisingly well. I would have expected I'd die a lot more here. I reset the room because, yeah. I just lose control on the bounce guys. Apparently I did it. Okay, I was not expecting that to work. I thought I'd die that time. Just to let you know, I have zero faith on my own capabilities. So, whenever you hear me go silent like that, it's because I didn't expect something to work the way it did. I dashed into the spike. It was right in front of my face. This room is messing with my head. This is one hot or cold thing. I'm gonna talk about the heat and cold. I absolutely hate the cold, personally. And like, I'm sure everyone's heard the old phrase of if you could either be too hot or too cold, which would you do? And then everyone always answers, oh yeah, no, I'd rather be too cold because there's more stuff I could put on. That's not actually answering the question, that's just avoiding it. Because you're saying, yeah, no, I would prefer to be normal temperature, which like I could do it the other way too. That like, yeah, if it's too hot, then I could always just have another popsicle. So that question always got on my nerves, and I've lived all over, so I've had my experience with different types of weather. Because Ireland, really cold. Uh, Israel, pretty mild, a little warm. Uh, American Southwest, really hot. But I meant to run that well. If I just run and hope that was close. Hup. No. Okay. Also, has anyone stopped to like think about how weird ice is? It's one of the only materials, at least as far as I'm aware, that gets bigger as it freezes because of the crystalline structure. And then, like, ice is considered a mineral, scientifically speaking. and I'm dead. But when you're talking about vitamins and minerals, like nobody ever brings up ice. You have yonder jokes about like, oh yeah, no, I'm having a vegetable. It's pizza. It's illegally considered a vegetable. And then that kind of stuff. But you don't have anything that's like, yeah, no, I'm having ice cream. I'm having my minerals. Why is that? Nope. Okay. I feel like I almost had it there. And then we like to treat fire like it's one thing, but it can be really anything. You think about it, because it's just plasma. It's just a plasma state of material. Oops, accidentally bought the mic there. Of course I had to open my big mouth and say that this was going by way too easily so far. I'm pretty sure there's something hidden up there, but I'm just gonna. Okay, so I can make it through this probably without the dashing. But like I can make it through. It's the second one is messing me up. You know, there's this famous saying that doing the same thing over and over again is insanity. And I'm not sure if that's quite true. Well, I mean, it is, but surely if I ran my head against the wall enough times, it will work. If I ram my head against the wall enough times, the wall will eventually break. That is the lesson we learned from games. And how to be well, healthy, mentally adjusted individuals to know how to healthily regulate stuff and know when to give stuff up. Okay, oh, what's going on? I'm panicking, I'm panicking. I know it's not that hard conceptually, like this bit of it, but the fact that there's a timer is making it so much worse. Like, if I didn't know that timer was there, I'd be able to, like, get it at this speed probably. But yeah, I'm god-awful at being timed. Yeah, speaking of hitting your head against stuff, uh, I'm surprised I don't have more brain damage than I do. Like, I'm surprised I'm still functional. I've gotten a lot of head trauma as a kid. Apparently that's just a thing for people in this, where like streamers just tend to have head trauma for some reason. Probably because they decided to become streamers. But like, uh, I've gotten like metal bars to the noggin. Not fun, not happy. I should not be alive, that reminds me. Like, the universe has tried really hard to take me out, but it has not succeeded. Because I've got blunt force trauma, non-blunt force trauma, uh, almost run over by a car, almost fell into a ravine, almost drowned, almost... Well, I got set on fire that one time. There's that time I was poisoned. Okay, past that little blip. Hopefully there's a checkpoint soon. Wait. There we go. What? How am I supposed to... The weird thing about fire, uh, like, when I got set on fire, it didn't burn. Like, really weird thing though, is that it didn't burn me. It didn't hurt whatsoever. Which I don't think is normal. You know, people often say that, like in my personal life, that they're surprised I have not become a super villain. Because, like, Another thing I talked about before on stream was that I I've done a lot of stuff that should not be okay for me to do. Like, I've eaten meteorites that were probably not healthy. But how do I... There we go. Whoop. What? Second one's getting me. How do I get... How do I get that one? Why is there a thing there if you can't go back down to flip the switch when you're done? Not timing that right. Hmm. I feel like I need the dash in order to get through there. There we go. Yikes. This reminds me of Donkey Kong, like the original. That was a fun game. I wonder if, like, how many people nowadays have played the original Donkey Kong game. Like, whenever I hear about people, they're like, oh yeah, the Donkey Kong game. Like, talking about Donkey Kong, it's always in context of the rebooted Donkey Kong. When he wasn't a villain. No. There we go. So like, it's like if they took Bowser and made Bowser's Wild Ride. And then whenever people talked about Bowser, like he stopped appearing in Mario games. As Bowser. Well, they still had a Bowser, but they name it something different or something. I don't know. I'm rambling. Like, what's wrong with tradition? What's wrong with the way we had Donkey Kong, who would stand in the way of Italian plumbers and throw barrels while hammers rain down in the sewers? Like, that's something simple and understandable. But no, they're like, oh, the monkey has to be in the forest, and ooh, bananas. Yeah, speaking of the Mario games, the only one I've ever played was like the first original one. Uh, Back in the day, there was a big arcade machine for it, and I just play it on my off time because like I had break in between some of my schedule, and I wasn't rich enough to like own it or anything like that. It was a public arcade machine, but yeah, and one of the buttons was broken. I do remember that. Uh, that's the only Mario game I've ever played. I got really good at it. It was rough. It was really hard. And now we just wait for the end. Yeah. Yeah, there's so many arcade games that have just morphed into something different. Like Pac-Man hasn't, which I find surprising. And then I don't get why people care for Sonic that much. Like, sure, it's cool aesthetics, but like, whenever I hear about Sonic, it's always something negative. Like, uh, just that they don't make good games in general. Like, they had one good game, and then that made it so that they could have the whole franchise. I don't know if anybody else has noticed that, but I'm like, okay, so you're into Sonic. Like, yeah, Sonic's great. I'm like, okay. And we go down the list of games, and there's only the one. And I can't even remember what it was. It might be just the original Sonic. Yeah, I also used to play Miss Pac-Man, which was Pac-Man for the girls. Uh, Literally the same as Pac-Man, if I'm being honest, but she had a bow tie. Because, you know, that's how you know it's feminine if it has a bow tie. Sorry, not a bow tie, a bow. Bow ties are the things that go around the neck. Uh-oh. Wrong side. Jeez, this room's kicking my butt. Did anyone else ever want to eat lava? Like, it just looks so good, like, if you've actually seen it. It's one of those forbidden food things for me. Yeesh, this is rough. Maybe if I look on my second monitor, this will help for no good reason. Okay, how did that almost work? Because this is a brush. Apparently I was supposed to be using dashes there. It is stole that first time. I'm gonna try focusing in. I see what I have to do there. Did I do it? I have a bad feeling about this. Oh. Oh, no. Wait until it's like... Yeah. There we go. Eh, no. Okay, that is a close one. A man. My dude. Come on, let me through. Why did I cling to that? I need to get to the inside. Yeah, no, going up is the way to go, because call 907-900. Does anyone else miss the times when there were, how do you say it, jingle commercials? Like that, and then Meow Mix? And then, O'Reilly! Auto Parts. Woo! Like, those are such classics, but there's nothing like that anymore. It's all just boring ads. Like, movie and TV ads went from being really interesting, meaning like, for TV shows and movies, just be really interesting, but now they just have like a random clip from it. And like, I really don't like how they're increasing a bunch of ad stuff, they being the big corpos. But if you're gonna do that, at least make it entertaining. Like, it it doesn't make me want to buy your product. Very, barely ever do I see an ad and I'm like, oh, that looks like a fun thing. Nope, I made it. And when I do, it ends up being something that just isn't as great as it seems. I see. I am not that great at these, so bear with me. Wait, I actually did it? Bum 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 bum. And we got a cassette. B-side unlocked. Oh, we're back. We're back to regular dashing. This is it? This is what's at the center of all of this? So empty and vast. Because worried I missed something. It feels nostalgic somehow. And peaceful. Whee! Heart of the mountain. Okay, I got no strawberries there. Aww. That's cute. And I got the B-side. And that is Celeste. I'm sorry, what? We're going to space? We're going to the moon. Seriously. So then, uh, guess we start. Just making sure everything. So I could make my character a bit smaller. So pretty. Hello, Granny. Um, what, Granny? Granny? Can't believe you're gone, you old bat. She's dead? Guess I can. It sounded like you were saying goodbye in the last letter you sent to me. This isn't fair, I need you. You didn't prepare me for any of this. What would you want her to do, apologize? She's gone. And you didn't even go to the funeral. Like, that's fair, like, funerals can be really rough. I know, I just couldn't. Fell apart. I'm sorry, Granny. Sorry I won't bring her back. You're right. It was selfish of me to come here. Oh? Well, I do know we're going to the moon because of that. Battle card. Whee! Where are we going, Madeline? You ought to follow that bird. It's part of Granny, just like you're part of me. I thought it was just her pet or something. Yeah, me too. Has to be more than that. That bird's always looking out for me on the mountain, just like Granny did. Oh, poor kid. Madeline, I hate to say it, but you're in denial. It's just a bird. Just shut up and help me for once, okay? Well, this is pretty. Something tells me there's a secret with that block over there to the left. We're really high up. The mountain looks like a molehill from here. You should really turn back. We don't have time to argue about this. Why are you even breathing up here? Granny wants us to follow her. Can't let her down again. It's a bird, Madeline. Granny's gone. You really think that's just a regular bird? It's part of her, and it's still here somehow. Maybe there's a way to bring her back. I have to do something. Poor Madeline. Can't help you with this. Then leave. Wait. Don't worry, Granny. I won't lose you. Does that mean I don't have the power up anymore? No, okay, that's not actually anything. Man, that's a bad start to this. Hello? Oh, that's to give you the double jump. I see what's going on here. I said confidently. There we go. Okay, maybe if I... There we go. What on earth is this? Do I need to slingshot myself off that top one? Is that what's going on? I like that apparently. There's a jellyfish. And I really enjoy space. It's just really interesting to me. Yeah, I almost had it there. This jump is really rough. When I finish this, I'm not going to believe it's the end anymore because it's baited me out twice now. Like, oh, this is the end. Oh, there's an epilogue. Okay, but the epilogue wasn't that bad. Okay, there's an extra bonus level. I'm like, oh, okay. It's like, actually, there are 2 extra bonus levels. And I don't trust it anymore. It's a matter of timing to jump off of that. Because I just need a... I see what I need to do, it's just a matter of doing it. So close. There we go. Ooh, a tardigrade. Why are we... Oh, that's why. Because we are going... And there one time. So we want to keep the 2 for as long as we can. Is the way to, as we're falling, sketch? on. Hmm. Need to go like that. We need the momentum. Okay. I think I see the line. We need to jump over here, make it onto that without dashing. This is dashless room. Arrgh. Bong, 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 bong. There we go. No? Hmm. Like, do I need to do something like that to get past it? It's barely short of it. Jeez. That is a rough jump. Okay, maybe, well, I think I understand now. I need to jump here, 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 dash through there. Aha! That good. Hello there. Oh. Excuse me. Need a... Oh, they explode. That makes more sense. Great. Okay. I need to go up more with that. There we go. Need a... Aha. And these guys got them. Got the little locks. I'll try it out. Yes, they can. That is exactly what you do. Oh. Almost got it there. I need to stop clinging on to everything. Okay, I see what I need to do here. Need to not explode on the second guy. Excuse me, sir. I need to jump on the third one instead of just bouncing on it. Balance on a crazy style. That's what the kids say, right? There we go. There we go. I guess I wanna jump off this guy, dash to there, drop to here, dash on top of them probably. Like that. And somehow I can get the doorbell to ring, but can't into yeah, yeah. Can't get it back up. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Now I can't even do this simple bump. Okay, there we go, yeah. So I'm supposed to get it to explode from the other side. I wasn't sure if I could. I keep on dashing to try and correct myself. Bounce. There we go. There we go. Oh, okay, so seems pretty simple. Come with me, friend. Oh, nope. Sorry, friend. Come with me, friend. We're gonna go on adventures. I will show you the world. Glimmering, sparkling, third adjective. I feel like the camera went weird or my eyes were just following little friend dude over here. Don't worry, we'll take you on a journey with us until we need to explode you eventually. Yeah, there's a weird camera thing going on there. Am I the only one seeing that? How it like shakes back and forth? We should name these guys. All I can think of is Newbert from Deltarune, so in order to differentiate it, I'm gonna call you Grubert. Come on, Grubert. Sorry about that, Grubert. Let's go. And now I can't do the simplest of jumps. How do I... Very calming music, while also being anxiety-inducing. Goodbye, Grubert. 07. Whoa, okay. That is a toughie. There we go, and then... Just keep on overshooting it slightly. Yeah, this is nice, because even if no one comes in to talk, I can still enjoy playing the game. Did anyone used to love the taste of electricity as a child? Like, just take a plug that was an electrical socket and lick it? Surely I'm not the only person who did that. I do remember one time in 5th grade, I want to say, uh, there was this one kid who brought in an electric buzzer. It was confiscated real quickly. Uh, but I do remember we tried to like tough it out, like, yeah, no, I can totally do it. I'm manly. Uh, Spoiler alert, I'm not that manly. And that's not necessarily a manly thing to do, that's a stupid thing to do. But this is really rough. I mean, I get this is the probably last level. Okay. It has to end eventually, that's all I'm saying. Okay, I almost got it, I just need a eh. Sure, this is the last screen? Okay, thanks for letting me know that. And now I can't even do the first jump. Of course, because I just started focusing on it. I need to somehow stall for airtime over there. Because I keep on hitting the floor before I can do anything. Almost had it there. There we go. Okay, no, there's a checkpoint there. Yeah, I don't know how many chapters are left in this game. Oh, oops. I think I needed that. Of course, using a jellyfish as a parachute in space. It was so obvious, it was right in front of me the whole time. Okay, well, okay, good thing I didn't need to pass that, else I would have died. Jelly friend, yes. Oh, it's Granny Bird. We love Jelly friend. Goodbye, Jelly friend. Welcome back, Jelly friend. Because when I dash up into that, it gives me a bit of lift, so maybe I need to be facing this way and then I can recover from this. No, that's not how you do it. There we go. Just needed to jump better. Hello there. Oh, goodbye. Oh, that's a bit of a problem. No jelly friends stuck in the electricity. I think they're probably okay, but still. Huh. This is all fairly interesting. Not quite sure where to go. Is there any secret path if I go? Oh, I was meaning to go the other way, but that works. Maybe it's like birds on power lines? Yeah, that would make sense. I was also thinking because in a lot of games, jellyfish are shown to be like electric based, which I think that's because uh, the what is it called? Jellyfish stings tend to be reminiscent of electricity, from what I heard. I've never actually been stung by a jellyfish before, thankfully. Uh, I I have to get up there somehow, and I think I need this to do it, but I'll just... I can get through here now. There we go. Got a minor sting. Yeah, from what I heard, it does suck a lot. Uh, I blame I blame media for making me believe peeing on jellyfish stings made them better. There's some stuff like that I'm like, okay, but like, how did you find that out? I need to redo that sequence. Because like, I could very well see it being someone just got really drunk or high. It's like, yo, dude, what if, like, what if I peed on you? Like, either that or, like, someone was really into some weird stuff. Yeah, like, I can't remember what their name was, but there is this uh, channel that I watched that was an emergency service officer that went over it. It There's just so much stuff that I don't get how what people found out about it. Smoking's another one of those things, like, feel like, no, trust me. Yeah, EMS firefighter, yeah. I think that's the person I was talking about. Um, yeah, they're pretty funny. I needed that dash. Yeah. I I need to stop doing that. I have a really bad habit of dashing when I don't need to. Yeah, they're very informative too. I like a lot of their stuff. Can I knock? Alright, it's this way. Okay, that gets rid of the electricity. That's what I needed. Now, time to look around the area for these keys. There's a glowing thing. Okay, no, there's one. Uh, Jelly Friend is here, so we can use that. this just suddenly got way harder for some reason. Yeah, and another thing that I'm like, okay, but how did you find that out? Is that this is something I didn't know for a while, but a lot of vanilla flavors. Oh, thanks a lot for the words of encouragement. That does mean a lot. But as I was saying, some vanilla flavoring that a lot of companies use because it's cheaper is actually the musk from a beaver's buttocks. Like, so someone at some point in history was like, "Oh yes, you don't understand the high quality life that is eating beaver butt." Like that's something that someone had to do in order to figure that out. I mean, it ruined a lot of uh, beaver. Yes, high quality, but it ruined a lot of vanilla stuff for me because it's just odd. Uh, Another example of just odd stuff that you don't realize is that there is actually such a thing as the vegan fruit and non-vegan fruit, which I was really confused by. Like, why are you saying these things are vegan? Well, that's because, and I only found this out because my sister turned vegetarian. Uh, they put bugs, like they smush bugs to make a coating to make a lot of fruits stay better. Is really disturbing. So, moral of the day is learn how stuff is made if you want to not be able to eat anything or sleep at night. Yeah. Thought there was some kind of wax on apples. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'm not sure how many. Yeah, don't know much about produce. I don't either. I just know a bunch of random facts that come in handy almost never, so it's fun when I get to mention them. Hmm. Yeah, nope, nope. Like, I do understand some stuff. It's like, okay, why would you eat that? Is like, if you're starving, that's probably why, like, alcohol was discovered in order to be, like, I, I don't think delicacy is the right word. Hello? Okay then. But I could definitely see that as a thing like, okay, I know I'm hungry, need to eat. But there's just so much that makes no sense. And I get there are all sorts of people, but yeah, that's pretty much all I know about general food. No, jelly friend. Jelly friend, why you do this to me? Oh, we had a thing going on. Okay, so good to know Jelly friend can also get the keys. Yeah, you've got to wonder, with the beaver butt thing, after that was discovered, was there like these swaths of people going around the place like, we need to try other butts. We need to know. The people deserve to know if there is food there. And that's that. Okay. Like, I guess curiosity, but it makes no sense. There's so many stuff in history that's just really funny if you think about them not having actually happened, and like not any of the consequences of this stuff happening. Um, my favorite example is the existence of El Dorado, because a lot of Native Americans had used that as an excuse to send their captors out into the dangerous rainforest. Like, yeah, no, it's totally across that acid lake. You can trust me. I have no reason to lie to you. And that worked sometimes. But then, like, if you think about all the other stuff that happened, is not as funny. But just the fact itself is, I find it a little entertaining. Oh yeah, speaking of weird animal parts. Um, so recently I read the Eddas, which, in case you don't know, are the uh, first primary sources we have for Nordic mythology. Although it's not necessarily a primary source, because it's a Christianization attempt at it. Oh, accidentally tapped out. Um, but there's some weird stuff in there. Like, back to back, there's a story of someone choosing their husband based off of feet. People eating Odin's diarrhea and vomit. And then there was one where Loki had played tug of war with the goat, but it wasn't necessarily between him, it was between the goat's beard and his balls. That's something someone believed in. Yeah, it's nasty. And it's so wild to think that like these were like religions of the day. 'Cause there's weird stuff in every religion. I yeah, give like respect to all of them, but you gotta admit some of the stories are a little strange. 'Cause, yeah, and because it's a Christianization attempt, there's a lot of things where you can clearly tell they're trying to replace values because like every time women come up in it, it's like the weak woman, but this particular woman was a warrior. But every woman that shows up in the story is a warrior of some kind. So you can definitely see a lot of that in there. I mean, I just kind of realized how gross of a topic this was. Yeah, the more you know. Oh, so you're eating? Okay. Sorry about that. I'm trying to think of something more appetizing, but all I can think of is the naked goat thing from Valentine's Day. Um, so back in the day, when Valentine's Day was like fresh and new, imagine you're just at the the town square and you're getting lunch, and then you hear off in a distance a horn sound, and you look good towards the horizon to see all of the clergymen you are you grew up with riding down the hills naked with goat skins, smacking women and telling them with the goat skins, telling them to be pregnant. It's just a really wild scene to me. Advancement in medical science was amazing. Yes, it truly was. Before then, they really did. I remember having to do a presentation on the Black Plague in middle school, and there was this one quote unquote quote cure, which was that they put a chicken on you, and the chicken would just peck around. They're like, yeah, no, this will do it. I think I probably need to get the top ones first, somehow. The chicken does seem to know how to clean. Dude, chickens are terrifying. And like, I don't get why they're a symbol for cowardice, because like chickens know that their ancestors were dinosaurs, and they're mean about it too. But I used to have to take care of chickens back in the day. Uh, and I have this very distinct memory. They're cannibals, first of all. I have this very distinct memory of like taking a chicken's egg, and then the chicken glared at me and like, okay, you want to see your egg before I take it? That makes sense because like you're a mother then. Uh, okay, if I do something like that, I think I get it. Anyway, and the chicken just starts eating its own egg, and that's just something that's scarred in my brain for life. Not necessarily anything that bad, but it was just a shocking thing to 7-year-old me. Okay, I think I need to get over the spike box. The images that can never be unseen sort of thing. Like, if I saw it nowadays, I'd be like, okay, that's a bit disturbing. But this was back when I was like, oh yeah, no, the chicken goes cluck cluck. Like, I was young. So, it was very shocking. But now I understand more, so it is what it is with nature. No, the chicken doesn't freak out. The chickens are evil. They're evil. Okay? Media wants you to believe they're like innocent little coward animals. No. They will kill you if given the chance. If you ever had to take care of chickens, they know who's in charge. It ain't you. Yeah, just like geese. But no. I just realized for the lack of like owning a farm, I had to do a surprising amount of farm stuff because like there was that, and then there was the child labor that I had to do. Pretty much community service, wink wink. But they moved it to a private thing, so it was literally child labor. But there's also chickens there, and I hated them. Grew up in a rural area. That's cool, yeah. I grew up mainly suburban areas, but I did at one point live on a family friend's mansion, and they had chickens, like out in the middle of the country. So that was fun, and then I also had to take care of them as part of child labor. Yeah. I never had to really clean up after, yeah, horses or anything like that. Okay. What I'm gonna say is gonna sound a little weird. Child labor is fun. Like, from a child labor is really fun. they tricked us into doing it because and apparently like our parents didn't know we were doing it either. They're just like, oh yeah, no, they're doing community service at like local community center. No, because what happened is that that's what it used to be. But at some point they ended up making a deal with a privately owned farm. And because of that, we were no longer doing community service. Yeah, it was organized. We weren't getting paid, of course. And we had to do various tasks such as carrying sandbags. You know, if you wanted food, you had to bring it yourself. Because like this was, I really did enjoy spending time at that school, but there's so much stuff messed up with it the more I think about it. Yeah, then had to do like hauling bags of sand across the premises, the digging irrigation, pretty much just set up stuff for them. I didn't manage to get away from a lot of the work by becoming the person who was automatically in charge of the orchard. Yeah, like real manual labor. So what I do is I just sit in a tree for the whole time, pretend like I'm doing work. Almost. And then pick a few plants whenever someone showed up. Yeah, it was pretty fun. And you know, we're good for business because our little child hands and back could carry a bunch of stuff without it hurting. I didn't mention this earlier in the stream, but I don't think you're there at that time. They did, another sketchy thing about the school is they didn't really seem to care about what the kids did as long as they got their work done and didn't make a mess for everyone else. This became apparent in middle school. I had to take a child development course. And what part of it was you had to take care of these flower sack babies. Which quickly became a game from the class and tradition to see how creatively you could steal other people's flower sack babies and kill them. So the teachers were totally fine with the fact that us kids were sacrificing effigies of children. What they dropped the line at though was when someone threw it off a balcony because it was on the second floor, because that made a mess for the janitor. I've had some of the most fun I've ever had in classes like that though, where the teachers just don't really care, and I made it. Because like, they're just a lot of fun with friends at that point. I think there's one left. Thank you, thank you. And then there was something here. Did one of the efficient patterns? That makes me feel a lot better about myself, so thank you. I was just trying it until I failed. Like, stopped failing, to be honest. It was running your... I saved a whole dash? Wow. Running your head against the wall does work, kids, okay? Never say that it doesn't. Yeah, exactly. The square goes into the circle hole if you bring a hammer. I think I'm supposed to do something like that. Yeah. You know the saying, if at first you don't succeed, do the exact same thing over again. That's the quote I try to take to heart, not the whole doing the same thing over and over again is insanity. Otherwise, we wouldn't be playing Celeste. Yep. Determination is one of the main things you need while gaming. It's good for sorting out the sort of stuff, and I almost had it and messed it up. Yeah, that's why I try to get people in my life to play games, even though a lot of them don't want to. Just because I feel it's good for like perfectionist sort of tendencies, because that tends to run in my family. Because it does well at teaching you that it's okay to fail. That's one of the main lessons I've learned from playing games. Used to get very frustrated. Yeah, same. Games definitely have helped me mellow out. Like, besides just, you just give up earlier. Fair enough. Uh, I used to be a lot more like tight strung. Is that the phrase people use? Oh, oh, there we go. But like, I tend to try and have like a it is what it is attitude. Because if I fail, yep, easy. Whoa. I'm glad I did not have to judge all that. Oh, this is pretty. I love the music. Now the question is, how do I get past this dude? Oh. Dimch, yes. I've decided to call these guys Gruberts. Just cause. When I found them, the only name I could think of was Newbert from Deltarune. So yes, we like fish. Fish are just like really weird when you think about it. I mean, like, I know what... I know generally just like... I don't know a lot about fish. I know general stuff is what I'm trying to say. But like... I don't know how to say this. Fish are weird. There's so many fish mods on Game Banana. Yeah, I can see that. You mean like for this game specifically or just in general? Because I can see it both ways. Yeah, Celeste? Okay. Oh no, not the uwu fish. The rebound on that is rough. There we go. Music for this room is really, really pretty. I know I said that already, but it is really nice. I do enjoy the violin. Yeah, the starting music for this chapter was a bit anxiety-inducing, even though it was still pretty. But yeah, this one's my favorite so far. Yeah, the mood of the music, just how it felt a bit eerie. Eerie's not the right word, but you get the point. Yeah, it does definitely get more beat. I was not expecting Granny to die. So I'm like, oh, it's a fun game about like mental health. And then you go to talk to Granny and just death. Yeah, I hope I do like it. I do like what I see so far. Um, I'll be back right in a second. I need to go turn on a light. But it shouldn't take me more than like 20 seconds. Okay, I'm back. Is the game clipped off? I I just realized that there's a bit of red at the bottom. Okay. Okay, thanks for letting me know. I can do like that. Not quite sure what happened exactly, but that should be a bit better. Oh, I did not mean to close out the game. Go to break timer real quickly. And we are back. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just a previous room. And now, looks like it's back to normal. That should be good. Apologies about that. Bit of a technical mishap. Wow, it's like so much better when you're not playing in the dark. Yeah, the scaling gets a bit tricky. I have to manually go in and change what the scaling is for almost every game. because how it works is that I have it reading directly from my game. I could have it read the window, but I don't want it to accidentally like tab out and show the wrong thing. Because like, not that there's anything necessarily bad on my computer, I just want to make sure that what I'm showing is what I want to show. And then also like privacy, want to make sure I don't accidentally dox myself. Yeah, if you are enjoying the stream and you'd like to see more, feel free to leave a follow. It does help the channel out. Thank you a lot for the follow. That really helps. I believe I am on. I'm on like 5 or 6 followers, which is really good for how long I was streaming, I think. But what I didn't realize is that the verification process is that you need 10 followers before Twitch recognizes you as an actual channel. So yeah, thanks a lot for the follow. That really does help out a lot. Yeah, like you can still get money and stuff like that from donations, which I never want to ask anyone for ever. But you don't get like ad revenue, you don't get access to a lot of things unless you have 10 followers and you have an average view count. How do you have 17 followers? I don't know. If you've never streamed, I'm guessing that random people just follow you from random chats and they enjoy your talking. Yeah, if you want, I can follow you back too. You have no plans to stream? Okay. Fair enough, just letting you know that I have no qualms about that sort of thing. Streaming's a lot more fun than I thought it would be, to be honest. I only started, I want to say like a month or 2 ago. I do have really bad social anxiety, so that's one of the reasons I'm doing this, to just get more comfortable with my own voice. But yeah, I was supposed to start last year. Okay, you've been active here for 7 years, that's quite a bit. Would make sense as to then know why, if you've been active, that people have enjoyed your existence, for lack of a better term. But, yeah, I tend to play games. Recently, I played the first game in the Ace Attorney trilogy. That was pretty fun. I also just play whatever I feel like, and I'm open to suggestions if there's anything that would be interesting to watch from my viewers. But just to let you know what to expect from my channel. Keep on. I know what I'm doing wrong. I just keep on doing the same mistake. So many ways to do this room. Never say what's wrong or not. You know what? Fair enough. But by wrong, I literally just mean I keep on running my head into the spikes, which I'm pretty sure isn't intended to passing this room. But what do I know about game design? Ah, yes, I did it. Yeah, don't make any contact. That's fair. Not everybody has to do it. I just figured I like playing games. I like yapping. Might as well just combine the two. Okay, so we jelly over to the left. And then jelly goes up. We go right. I think. Nope. Like, I'm trying to figure out what this music reminds me of. It's like Victorian era sort of the music, but it's also reminding me of like weddings. Well, yeah, I do think I'm onto the right track though. For what I'm supposed to do here. Just thinking wedding if not for lack of genre knowledge. Yeah. I don't really know like like genres of music besides like your regular like rock, classical, punk, that sort of thing. But like specific ones I haven't really learned that much of the history of music. Man, I haven't been to a wedding in a while. Probably be able to if I had like more friends, but last wedding I was at, I don't remember much of, to be honest. I mainly just sat there and ate food. Jelly, can you come back? Yeah, I feel like that's common though to go to more wedding receptions because the weddings themselves tend to be like saved for family and close friends, as opposed to the receptions, which can just be like pretty much anyone you know from what I've seen. So I just had a great idea that cannot go wrong in any way. So I put out like an application form on the internet, and like anyone who wants to can legally marry me. However, we would have absolutely nothing to do with each other, and would just be for tax reasons. So then next time my family gives out to me, yeah, nothing could possibly go wrong legally speaking, or uh, parasocially. But next time, then my parents ask like, "Hey, when are you getting married?" I can just like, actually, I'm married to however many people. Signed it. I also had an idea that's in a similar vein of stuff, where technically, at least for a little while, you can get adopted as an adult, uh, before you have to like go through a bunch of extra stuff. But I do a similar thing, and as part of it, like I just end up adopting hundreds of fully grown adults. And because of that, I can then list them all as dependents. And they can list themselves as dependents, which gives major tax breaks. At least in the US, where I'm currently based. Like, that would just be so funny to be like, yeah, nope. Like, and if I ever got a life partner, if they asked me anything like, hey, yeah, no, have you been in any relationships? Yeah, sure, no one's ever. It would be considered fraud, probably. But I just think it would be so funny for like one day, yeah, like I have a partner and then they find out that I'm married to like 100 people and have 100 kids. Yeah, a lot of paperwork, which is one of the main reasons I'm not for it. And I'd have to get that all notarized if I wanted to make it an actual thing. It's mainly a thing of how far do I want to go for the bit. I don't even have like a good lawyer or anything like that to sort it with. So yeah, filling out one page of forms is already stressful enough. But I don't need more. But it would be so funny. Oh, yay! I'm a bit scared. Mom, pick me up, I'm scared. Just in time for a sawmill? Yeah. Oh, I see. Community's name for this room? Okay. That makes a lot of sense. And because it has a name, I'm sure that it's just great. And I won't be stuck here forever. Probably easy. I don't like that you use the word probably. I understand that's probably because so that you haven't played it yourself and just have watched it. But the word probably, when you're trying to reassure someone, is really not a good thing. Oh, you like to run a daily? That's actually perspective is warp. Yeah, that'll do it. I know how to get the first one, but I have no idea about the second one. I've been doing well. Thank you, that's very kind of you to say. Uh, I haven't played much Celeste in a while, so I'm doing my best. Yeah, muscle memory is a good way to put it. Then, since you have uh, completed this so far, am I on the right path for like what I'm supposed to do? Yeah, like, good. I get the general sense that I'm supposed to jump up here and then off that platform. This specific room, like, the part where I'm stuck at. That is way easier. Grab onto a block to make a fall, yeah. Then as it's falling, I know you need to bounce off there, but after that, I'm not quite sure what I'm supposed to do, because, like, from this block to this block, to the one on the left. Yeah, it is up to me. It's just trying to figure out how to do the pathing. A lot of repetition? Yeah. A lot of the hammering it in, yep. That tracks so far with this game. This is one of your difficult rooms? Okay. That does make me feel a little better. It is notorious. I'd assume so because it has a name. That's why I got a bit anxious. Um, yeah, thankfully they don't all have names, but that just let me know that I'm in for a rough time. Yeah, speaking of things you don't want to hear as reassurance, because that was something we were talking about 20 minutes ago, and my brain keeps on looping back on things. Um, it's like that thing where you don't want to hear anything from your doctor along the lines of like, "Oh, what's that?" Or "Oops," because that's not quite the situation you want that in. Uh, very ominous, yes. And I thankfully haven't really had many surgeries in my life. I've only had one, but I regret doing it on April 1st. Doctors are mean on April 1st. So, first thing that went wrong. In the prepping room, there was someone complaining about how on TV they don't make murders look realistic. Mind you, this is part of my first ever time like getting surgery. So I had no idea what to expect. Yeah, and I was just having to listen to that while they're putting stuff in me. I'm like, yeah. Then they put the IV in incorrectly. So my arm ended up swelling up with saline solution. And they just stood around looking at it like, huh, that's odd. Which is what reminded me of it. And I'm like, shouldn't you be doing something about it then? Um, and then thankfully I was then taken to the surgery room and put under in order for them to do stuff. Begs the question, have you done support? Yeah. I think like one of the people there was like fresh out of university or university student doing practical stuff. because that is a very common thing. Yeah, I did get through the procedure perfectly fine. I woke up. It's actually, yeah, small things. It was just for the prep. I actually was feeling like pretty good, probably because of all the painkillers, but I wasn't feeling like dizzy or anything like that as they told me to expect. Which, like, okay. You might think that's the end of the story. Surgery's done, everything's fine. Cut to like a week and a half later. I had to take the bandage off, and it was around my hand. They didn't suture it properly, nor did they layer the bandaging correctly. So my hand had grown into the bandaging. Yeah. And the thing was this, because that wasn't supposed to happen, it's like, yeah, no, take it off yourself. I just spent 10 hours that day sitting in a bathroom with a pair of scissors cutting off parts of my hand. It sucked. And that's why I will never again go to the doctors on April 1st. Oh, yeah. And after all that, it didn't heal properly, so my hand's still a bit messed up. I can still use it like normal, it's just I can't fight with it for a long time. Okay, so I'm here. What? What? Yeah, it said pop out before wasn't a big deal, but which had gotten it done by a surgeon, said dermatologist. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the surgeon had done mine. They just did a really poor job at it. I feel like the dermatologists would be better at making it look nice, if that's something you cared about. But I prefer uh, I prefer function over form. Tonight we seal the moon. Okay. There is actually a reason why I named my stream what it is named right now. So, for those who don't know, I am in astrophysics. And as part of training for astrophysics, we got to tour a meteorite lab. And as part of that, we got to hold a sample of the moon and Mars, which both of them were a little crumbly, and it was really cool. But because they're crumbly, a tiny bit of it, like of each one. Oh, it is because this is like you're going to the moon in this level, essentially. But there's that, and then there's also another layer to it, which is a bit of a story. in itself, which at the time, I did something very stupid, but very, very funny, which was that when part of the moon and Mars crumbled off of my hand, I thought, you know what I bet no one's ever done before? So I ate it. Thanks for the offer, but I do not do AI viewers. Yeah, the interplanetary criminal part of it, of the title, is a joke. That's the part I was referencing. That there's a reason why I said it, but it's technically true because I am the first person that I know of, at least, to commit crimes that involve interplanetary objects. Yeah. At the end of the day, the pieces that came off of the chunks would have been treated as like just dirt, essentially, and been swept up. So with any of my stuff, I make sure that it doesn't actually harm anyone. As long as the bit's funny enough and it doesn't harm anyone, have a good time. Yeah, and also because I had some Martian and lunar material ingested, I am a Martian. Because part of my body, at least at one point, was made of a Martian material. Yeah, I feel like I'm starting to get closer to. Yes, I am very much so. I've done a lot of stuff that... These ones you just gotta be really fast, I think? Okay. Thanks for the tip. Okay, I was close there. Just a second. Sorry about that. Someone just came into our room to tell me something. Uh, where was I? Alright. I've had a lot of fun with astrophysics and whatnot. Yeah, I've done a lot of stuff that are really funny in retrospective. And that was pretty much one of the only times it was intentional. Uh, there was a time when I was a baby and I ate part of the Acropolis, which is a national landmark of Greece. And because of that, I technically did destruction of government property, and also the thing with the meteorites. And also because I left the next day, I can legitimately say I smuggled out national treasure out of a country through my colon. Yeah, I've never been caught though. That's the thing. If your crimes are funny enough, people just won't believe you and they'll let you go. And if they don't, you can just claim, yeah, it was a joke. I was the being extra. Until it was clipped by Twitch chat. Yes, but you see, the thing is, I can just claim that I was lying and making stuff up for content, which I'm not, but yeah. But because I'm thinking about like foreign trips and stuff I did wrong on them, I used to travel a lot as a kid. Not so much since I became an adult, but my family's uh, company had good like travel stuff when I lived in Ireland. Uh, and for part of it, once we went to Austria. That trip was so bad. Um, where to start with that? You've been a couple times to Austria? Cool. I'm surprised I'm allowed in the country still. So, only for work? That sucks. Still is nice to travel different places, and you still are able to experience some of the culture, even though it's not as much as if you're on vacation. Okay, yeah, good. The food is good. So, have you heard of Klimt, the painter? Um, just a second. Let me actually pull it up. So he is a very Gustav Klimt. He is a very famous painter, and one of his most famous ones, like paintings, is The Kiss. Which, if this works correctly, I should be able to bring it up. Okay. The piece, I'll try to bring it up on screen. If OBS works with me and not against me. Anyway, it's a very famous piece. You can look it up yourself. The Kiss by Gustav Klimt. It's valued at like several $100 million. So yeah, I almost destroyed it. Uh, yeah, like I said, because I traveled a lot as a kid, I was a kid at the time. if you were to go now, like if you still had that job and went on more of those trips and visited the museum where it's in, it is now behind like a thick wall of glass, which I don't think had anything to do with me, but I like to think on some level because it's funnier that way. But back then, it wasn't as secure, and I accidentally bumped into it. And it almost fell and got destroyed, which would have been really bad. Did visit Vienna one weekend, though. Yeah. Oh. Oh. I got it. Again. No, it's just progress. It's not something that's like, okay, I know you're in Vienna, you have to see this, but he is a pretty famous dude. And then also during that trip, regrettably, and I'm debating whether to say this next story. And the place was closed. Yeah, that happens sometimes. But unfortunately, when I visited, there was a lot of political turmoil going on. Because, like, I'm just gonna outright say it, there was a Hitler Youth ball going on, which yikes. And then there were protests for the Hitler Youth stuff. And then there were protests against the protests. Which I arrived there in the cab like the day of all that stuff was going down. So I had to run from the taxi to my hotel while people were throwing Molotov cocktails. That trip was very eventful. But just keep this in mind. Young me, I was struggling a bit with personal space. And like, okay, yeah, because like it didn't click for me. A personal space, like stay this far away, and the way they taught it to me was putting an arm out straight in front of you for like that's the distance you should keep. A lot of people see where this is going from here. So, after all this stuff had happened, innocent, I want to say like 8-year-old me went and was leaving on the airport. And I turned around and I put my arm out to try and see if I was the properly socially distancing. And I say loudly, like this, Mom, except my hand is off place. So I'm pretty surprised that innocent mistake, really unfortunate, and I'm really surprised I'm so loud. And yeah, my family still makes fun of me for that. But hey, I'm not the only one that did something bad. I mean, mine was probably way worse. Not probably, it was way worse. My sister, though, did slap an orphan by accident on a trip to Peru, which it wasn't that bad, but we give her a hard time about as well. We've learned to laugh at these things over the years, because, yeah, yikes. Yeah, people say they don't like traveling with kids. I'd say it's more of a problem, like, if you have well-behaved kids, because my school was really into, like, teaching kids how to behave properly. It's not so bad, but a big part of it is, like, traveling like, on planes with kids can be really annoying. But if you can get them to behave well, which is rough, it is really hard to do so. I'm very grateful for my parents for putting me through that harsh school, because it made me be able to do a lot more. But yeah, my view of it is that you don't need kids to have fun, but kids have a different view of the world, and don't know a lot of stuff, so there's a lot of hijinks that can get up to. Like, something that's probably stressful for my parents. When I went to Turkey, we went horseback riding. And I don't know why, for some reason, I'm like really good at horseback riding, but like too good at horseback riding. So like no matter what I do, my horse always manages to go faster than they're supposed to. And it's not like I'm pushing them harder or anything like that. They just go faster. And because of that, I ended up getting ahead of the group when we were horseback riding. And I kept going. And I didn't stop. Yeah, I almost gave my parents a heart attack because I almost got lost in the Turkish landscape. Yeah, I've had some really fun trips. If you have the money for it, it's a lot harder nowadays, but definitely if you have the money for it, I'd recommend traveling. It is a lot of fun, with or without, because if you have them, just it's nice to learn about the world. Closer that time. The unfortunate thing is because I was so young, I don't end up remembering a lot of the places I went, but it definitely did help contribute to how I grew up and my view of the world. Um, I think I want to dash into that platform too. Yeah, that's my best guess as I'm supposed to get there fast enough. Yeah, speed is king. Really grab the spikes and it's too fast, yeah. I get it. Oh, look, the streamer didn't hit the thing. Yeah, too high and too far. You know, it's just because I'm so naturally good at games that it's hard for me to lower myself to the standards presented. Start pushing hard, here I'll regularly shoot above the bare spot onto the spikes. Yeah. That seems to be the sort of thing I'm struggling with too. The thing is that I am worried I will try to overcorrect if I pull back. Because I am well aware that's something I struggle with. Yep, more attempts. Practice makes less bad. Yeah, thanks for hanging out and chatting. Like, it is really nice to just even have one person in chat, because else the silence of our own thoughts are sometimes the only thing there. just got obsessed with this level at some point. I can see why. I can see why it's really fun. I probably, yeah, maybe because it was so difficult for me first time. Yeah, I like really hard games. And I think that's part of the spirit of Celeste is that it's ridiculously hard, but once you get it, it feels good. Some of my favorite games are like Hollow Knight and whatnot. Yeah, I don't really have any platform experience. I played the very first Mario on an arcade machine, but other than that, I haven't played any official platformers. Like, they used to make them harder back in the day, at least from what I can tell. It also might have been hard because it was an old machine. Yeah, I did like the bit of platforming that was in Hollow Knight, even though it wasn't much. Silksong had more of it, but that's not the main focus of the game. Yeah, I probably would have done a lot better on the original Mario game if the arcade machine had all its buttons. Yeah, it is a rough game. I played through it once. I've 100%ed the game. I tried doing Steel Soul mode. Had the bouncing off some sphere things. Yeah. There's that, and then if you ever watch a playthrough, there's a climb at the very top of the world, which is pretty tricky. But definitely not the main focus of those games. In Greymar playing 10 hours. Okay, so you got like, I want to say like a third of the way through. It is fun in my opinion. It is much more punishing than the original. So, I am waiting for the DLC to come out for it. I'll probably stream that when it comes out. But I have not streamed Silksong since I played that from before I started streaming. Okay, if I had gotten, I think it was almost there. Yeah, Final 2 dashes. That's what ended up getting me, is that I accidentally pulled back a little and wasn't able to get the dash refill. Don't know if there's a technical term for that, but the green things. Crystal, yeah. Oh, is that what they are? The crystals? That makes more sense. Yeah, I'm well aware of that sort of thing, that's how a lot of things get their names with gaming. Yeah, fair enough. One of my favorite naming schemes, just because of how stupid it is the Dawn naming scheme, or when it's just generic. Like, don't know if you've ever read it, or watched it, but JoJo's. There was a new enemy that was literally just a rod that got introduced, and they don't have a name yet, so people have just been calling them Jod Rod. Watched and read some, but didn't go with it. Yeah, that's fair. Uh, it is an acquired thing, and even then, like, if we fall off of it, it can be hard to get back into. Personally, I am much more into One Piece for anime and comics. Uh, I won't spoil anything, but what's going on right now in the series is really, really interesting. When I read it, I remember some heads cutting off thing with stands. Yeah, the stands are the abilities in JoJo's from part 3 onward. I'm trying to think if there's anything that was specifically head related. Okay, no, that makes sense. I've also I watched the anime and then read the manga. Just so that I got caught up with everything. That's the case. I'm trying to think of what it could be. I don't know. I'm before or after. If the art style looked more like the anime does, and like, well, yeah, if the art style looks more like the anime does, then it's one of the more modern ones. is the best way I can describe it, because part 1 doesn't look anything like the anime. Part 2 kind of does a little bit, but not really. Part 3, same thing. Part 4 still kind of looks doodle-esque, but I want to say like part 6 onwards, the author really got good at the artwork of it. You surviving as a dismembered head, yeah, that would be part 2. Theo does not die, ever. Well, technically he does, but he does eventually. Takes forever, and then still continues on with stuff related to Dio afterwards, so yeah. JoJo's is a weird show. Some might even say bizarre. Okay, I'll show myself out. Yeah, part 4 I thought was really good. It's usually not that well received, but I enjoyed it a lot. Part 4 is a bit of a slice of life sort of thing, but still with the stands. My favorite parts would probably be 5 or 7. I don't necessarily know why specifically. I just... Oh, or the second part. Second part was really good. Why did I start talking about those again? Alright, the John thing. So, yeah, all that is to say, I love the John naming scheme because it's so silly. I'm not getting so close. Excuse me? Sorry, the lights just went out in the room. I'm gonna check to see if it's blackout or if just the bulb went. Yeah, no, that was just a bulb going out. But I'm having quite a bit of technical difficulties today. Yeah, the hair touch. For for a super reason, I thought you meant it in real life because my hair accidentally went in front of the mic. I'm like, wait, how do you know that? But then, yeah, no, that makes a lot more sense. Yep. Uh, hey, no, you know, I'm pretty sure my controller is haunted, and there's Joy-Con drift, even though I'm doing this on mouse and keyboard. Uh, and also there's some lag, and my little brother, which I didn't know I had until just now, took over the controller. Yeah, because nothing could ever be my fault. I'm a streamer, that's how it works. Yeah, I definitely am getting closer, surely, but it's taking a while. Yeah, I'm throwing for content. That works. That makes me seem better. Like, here we go. Oh, I hope I make it, chat. Oh no, what did I... fiddlesticks. Oh well. Guess I gotta try again. It's the first time I've seen this. Yeah, it's a common bit, but I also think it's a bit funny. No, I didn't really think much. So like, when I was booting up this game, it said you will go to hell in big red letters. I didn't think much about it at the time. But how long have I been in just this room, I wonder? Probably like half an hour. This chapter's kind of big. Yeah, it doesn't help that the rooms are hard. Do 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 do. I completely missed the timing of that. It's that end bit that's getting me a lot of the times. But thankfully there are uh, there are a bunch of checkpoints, and it's both not in like the roguelike format where you have to do the whole thing all over again. And also, thankfully, like if I were to leave, I'd only be one room behind. Yeah. I from here I think I understand what the problem is. It's just about making my fingers do what I tell them to. Is saves here? I don't see a safe checkpoint though. I want to at least finish this room. But yeah, this will probably be the last room of the night because I do need food. Yeah, there is the fish room and then this one. Which thankfully is not too far behind. I just want to at least know I can clear this room. Hey! I feel like there's a secret here. Aha. How bad is this one? Okay, that one's not that bad. I can still go for a little bit. Yeah, this one does look significantly easier. Okay, I think I see what I need to do. I need to throw higher. Because I do know I need this guy at the end now, thanks to the... I got the jelly boy through. And that's what matters. Thanks to the binoculars, I know that I'll need jelly friend at the end. Oh. I have no idea what I did that time that was different than the rest, but... Just a matter of timing, yeah. Might have to do with holding up or down. Yeah, I think I got what I need to do, and jelly responds differently. I know holding down will make the jelly go down faster. I did not know holding up makes them go down slower. But I think I found a way to do it if I can just get there again. So we go like this. No, I was trying to do the thing where you use it to lift up the jellyfish itself by dashing through it. There we go. Goodbye, jelly friend. Neutral? Is that what it's called? Bounce on you. Neutral drop Jellyvator. I like Jellyvator better, that's more whimsical. I'm gonna take a look at this room. How am I supposed to make it through there? There's just a wall going entirely up and down. I guess you could do like a pixel perfect, like, dash up, but... Yeah, I can see how they could be useful. Okay, I see the line. At least Jellyfriend can be free. Oh, it's advanced tech? I thought this was what you were supposed to do. Like, this was the intended way of getting it. Apparently I'm just that good. Oh, okay, everything I'm doing here is normal. This is the mid-air one? Gotcha. Yeah, I've never really looked to any tech categories in any games I've played, because I haven't really played any competitively before. Just not something that I had been interested in doing. I might try someday to do more tech stuff in games, but as for now, I'm not the best person to look for that kind of stuff. Do, 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 do. Plus has a certain amount of moves you have to learn anyway, it has enough. Yeah, I do enjoy being able to figure it out. I really need to be okay with being patient, so just kamikazing myself into the spikes. Oh? What? Yeah, what do I do there? Because... Oh, unless if you cling to that it also goes, but then that would still be a rough one. I have an idea. Gonna see if it works. Yes, it does. Okay. So that's how you're supposed to get through it. Wee. No, I wanted it to go like that. Okay, if I had not died there, I think that's what I was supposed to do. Not elevating enough. Did anybody ever have those science experiment crystal growing lab things as a kid? Those are fun. I only got to try them like once, but it was fun. I remember waking up one morning to just checking to see if I could catch it growing, because my parents had told me it only grows at night for some reason, which I'm pretty sure it didn't because it was just a chemical reaction. Yeah. I didn't do the thing most kids do to stay up like, yeah, boy to get kids to sleep. Yeah. I didn't do the basic stuff to stay up late to check like Santa Claus, Easter Bunny, that sort of stuff. I didn't do like stay up late to check that stuff. Rocks were where it was at for me. Yeah, I think I'll give it like 5 more tries. And if I don't get it, then I'm going to call it for the night. That doesn't count. It's really just one more and I'll get it. So just one more try, just one more try. I can stop whenever I want. This doesn't define me. I am a strong, capable adult who can stop playing Celeste whenever he wants. Well, that was fancy. Didn't actually do anything, but it's fancy. I just want to get past this. You know, maybe if I pretend like I don't care about it, then it'll do it. It's like reverse psychology, but lamer. You know, I don't actually want to beat this level. I decided. Holdable lift. Yeah, that is pretty easy to remember. Final one is Jelly Regrat. Those have names for all sorts of stuff. Back in my day, the only thing they had named for jellies was the sandwich. You know, back in my day, you had to understand, we didn't have jelly made from plants. We had to go out in the ocean ourselves and grab ourselves a jellyfish. That's why they're called that. Not because of their consistency, but... And those who got stung were left behind in the depths because they weren't strong enough. I didn't mean to throw a threat then. Intermediate detect. Cool. That sounds tougher than beginner tech, so I'll take it. I keep on overthinking the final bit because I got so stuck. Farewell's the Dividing Side and some B-sides. I have yet to do the B-sides. I've collected a few of the tapes for them, but I haven't attempted any yet. I really need to not go for that. I keep on going for the spring pad. Kind of let you pick your own order. Okay. Like in terms of which one you do it in, or in terms of like how you do it. Did that make sense? Is that a proper sentence? Yeah, you have an option of doing B-side or not. And then I've also heard whispers about C-sides, which I am very scared for. A little bit further that time. They're technically difficult, they're just short. Okay, that's good to know. Besides, I don't know what my skill level is. Laugh. Yeah, when I was going back for the Crystal Hearts, I was having a much easier time than what I did the first time I went through the chapters. There is a steep learning curve for this game, but it does, like, you don't realize how steep until you go back and check. Chapter 2B is easy compared to later chapters. Okay, that's good to know. I'm pretty sure I peeked in on the first one, but I did actually manage to get to, like, past the room. Yeah, from what I can tell, that at least the achievements make it look that way too, because on Steam you can see like how many people got each achievement, and a lot more people got B2 than B1. Yeah, I definitely got that much. Really, Jelly? Yeah, a couple more attempts because it is actually getting late for me. Uh, just need to hang on that falling block a little longer and I'm good. Okay. Thanks for letting me know. I do know that I have went a bit fast on the reclaiming jelly. The earlier we let go, the earlier they fall. So they just fall, yeah. Good to know. There we go. Goodbye, Jelly. What on earth is... Thank you very much. I think I need to jump on the... Yeah, this one is a bit bizarre. What am I missing? I've never seen this type of block before, so I thought it might be something to do with that. Guess it's reminiscent of level 1. Yeah, I guess so. Spring, yep. Look, I'm wondering if I have to try and explode this. Is my best guess. No, that's not what it is. Yeah, I think I'm probably gonna end it about. Oh, wait, no, I see something I didn't see before. That's there. For some reason, the cropping of my window's weird, so the okay thing is out of frame. Yeah, although, yeah, it is getting late, so I think I am gonna probably call it there for today. Um, thank you very much for coming to stream. It was a lot of fun. I enjoyed talking. Yeah, get some good rest, get some food, get some water. Uh, I've never done the raid thing, so let me check to see if there's anyone else doing stuff. Hmm. There's someone doing a Celeste speedrun right now, so I'll probably just raid out to them. Yep. Anyway, thanks a lot for coming. Have a good one. I will be streaming tomorrow. Most likely. I'm not sure what. It'll probably be more Celeste, to be honest. Uh, yeah.